Alright, hello and welcome to the third session in the 3D modeling streams, where this time we're moving on from the hair and we're going to start working on making the body, and then since the body itself should not take very long, it's probably going to be in the ballpark of an hour depending on how detailed we want to go, and there's two different methods of doing the body, so I'm probably going to show off them both, so that'll add a little bit of time. But we are going to be moving on to the body, and then likely also on to some basic clothing. So, to start here, I wanted to try out a couple of the methods to find out what would work the best. So this is kind of, I couldn't resist working on it before stream to make sure that everything goes smoothly. So this is kind of hopefully going to be our end case scenario. This is what we're going to end up with. And this kind of matches the ref sheet as well, as best as I could. And this is a continuation, you could see, for example, that the neck and so on kind of line up. I've saved this as xx_body_test. So if something goes horribly wrong, and we're just not able to produce an actual body during this stream, then this is going to be what we fall back to. But I should be able to replicate this on stream as well. So I'm going to load 5 hair done. So now we're back to where the last stream actually ended. And we're going to start completely over for the body. So, as I said, there's two methods, two ways to do the body, and one of them is going to be the classic subdivision surface modeling that we've used for everything else so far. So, the closest analog to the body would be the head, where we're just working with a large chunk of geometry, and we're kind of trying to bend that into the shape of the actual body of our reference model. The other way that I'm still not 100% sure, but we'll figure this out as we go. I kind of want to show off body sculpting as well, in case someone has... It's possible to sculpt with a mouse as well, but especially if someone just happens to have a drawing screen or a drawing tablet lying around. Body sculpting can actually be a really nice way to end up with a really nice and detailed body. So, I kind of want to show that as well. But that'll depend on what our model looks like about when we're ready to start sculpting. So, for both of the methods, so sculpting and subdivision surface modeling for our body, we start and go up until about the halfway point the exact same way. So that's nice enough that we're able to, we have a nice divergence point very deep into the process of actually making our body. So once we get to that point, I will figure out if I'm going to try sculpting or if I'm going to go with subsurf for the entire duration. But until then, the first step to making a body is going to be adding our first non-planar shape, I believe. We're going to add a cube this time. I'm going to give it some loop cuts over here. I don't have screencast keys on, so I'm going to undo those steps. Loop cuts are Control R, and that's going to be an important tool for working with geometry. I'm sure that would have come through in the first two sessions as well, but just a good reminder that Control R for loop cuts, and then scroll up or down to adjust the amount of cuts that you're going to get. So then, this is something I would have mentioned during the first stream probably as well, but the smooth vertex tool that you can see in the bottom left corner, that is very important for stuff like this. I use that all the time to the point where I've bound it to Q on my keyboard so that I can just rapid fire use it. So I'm going to be smoothing our starting cube until it about fits within the frame of our character. And this is the reason why at the start of making this, at the start of these streams, when setting up the reference sheets, I set up this frontal reference and also this frontal reference. So this is going to be really the first time we're going to be switching between the two of those. Because the main frontal reference that we have has the jacket that obstructs a lot of the shape of the upper body. But it also has the legs, and we're going to need to be able to see the legs to about the knee, which is where we're going to end our torso. So I'm going to be using this one for anything basically above the hips, and then I'm going to be using this one for anything basically below the hips. So I'm going to switch around and just keep on smoothing until we about hit the width of our reference model, reference sheet rather. And I'm going to delete one side. For me, it's always the left side from where I'm looking, of our cube that we've smoothed out, and add a mirror modifier with clipping. And from here, I'm just kind of going to adjust our cube to somewhat fit the proportions of our reference. This is going to be very, very rough sketching. And that's kind of the point. We're going to start with something very simple and then graduate towards a more refined shape with modifiers. So this is almost like generating this. It's called a base mesh, but you can also kind of think of it like a prototype of the body, or it would be also something along the lines of maybe a hitbox would be like this. Just a simplified representation of our character. So I'm going to start with the torso. We're not going to adjust for the breasts at the moment. That's going to be, like, this will all require so much more definition than we're able to work with right now for our actual base mesh. So, for example, from the frontal angle, I'm not really going to adjust for the width that the breasts add to the character. And from the frontal angle, I'm going to adjust for it, or from the side angle, I'm going to adjust for it a little bit, but not like this. Just a little bump. And then once we have our torso done, I'm going to Shift D to duplicate it, grab it down, scale Z -1 to flip it around, and that will also invert our normals. So Control N to fix that, because if we have inverted normals and backface culling, our model will actually be invisible from the frontal angle, and it will also have like nasty shading issues. So Control N to make sure that the geometry is facing in the right direction. And then do the same thing over here, where we kind of want to end up around here, around the crotch area. And then widen up to about how wide the hips are. And then match it from the side. And again, we're not going to match the ass 100%, just roughly. That's something we can add a lot more volume to once we have our modifiers and we're actually able to work with more than 24 faces and 34 vertices as it stands. So that's fine for now. So what I'm going to do is select these middle 4 faces that we have, delete them, select both of these loops, and then look for bridge edge loops. And that will connect our 2 loops with new geometry. I'm going to hit smooth on that once, and then just adjust again to kind of broadly match the shape of our character. And from the front as well. Actually want to move this loop up to where the narrowest portion of the waist is. And as a result, move this loop up a little bit as well. And there we have a very basic shape of a torso. So I'm going to move on. I'm going to make a very slight adjustment here. I want to have these riding up way higher. As a result, I want these riding up way higher. That's a little bit more natural of a like hip and waist shape that we can work with later on. Then for the neck, I'm going to select this middle vert here, and I believe it's Control Shift B to bevel it out like this. I'm going to delete all of those, well, that one face in there. And the problem with beveling it like that is that we now have, instead of our nice quads over here, we have some n-gons. We've got 5-sided geometry here. But if you remember from the ears, the fix for this is very easy. When you've got anything 5-sided, you choose one of the sides and then the opposing corner. And just knife tool those. And now we're back to having nice quads all over our model. And then for the neck, now, what I want to do is I'm going to smooth once with Q again, and then just extrude up. And then I'm going to select these two loops with proportional editing on, and just adjust for the shape of the neck. Like that. So that's our basic neck now. And again, we're going to revisit all of this once we're able to add modifiers, but not for now. Going to move on to the arms. And what I want to do here is if I select all of this loop, we have 6 vertices, and I want this to be 8. So I know that we are going to need more geometry here around the breasts anyway. So I can add a loop there. And then as a counterbalance, I'm going to... Okay, looks like we clipped in over here. I'm just going to remake this geometry completely. That shouldn't happen, but it's very clear that's something just... With my mirror modifier, I went a little bit too close somewhere, and it just clipped together. So I'm going to add a loop cut there to counterbalance our one over here, and now we should end up with 8 vertices for our armholes. So I'm going to try to adjust the lower part of the armholes to be about where the arm would actually start. And the side reference is not going to be as useful for this, but I'm still going to try and line up with where the arm would be. Kind of like this, and see if that looks okay. It's fine for now. I want to pull these in a little bit more. And then from here, I'm just going to extrude like that. Very roughly rotate and extrude down. Make sure that's all level. And then from the bottom angle, I'm going to turn off my proportional editing. And then try and look at our arm from... Yeah, that is still 8. Those are just very close together. I'm going to look at it from the bottom angle like this. We're getting a little bit blocked by our hips, so I'm going to hide all of that so that we can actually get a nice direct angle of our arms. And then with proportional editing off, I'm going to do Alt-Shift-S and press 1. And that will make our selection circular, or as circular as you can make something that is 8 vertices. Now that depends on your angle, so if I were to do it from here, it would be slightly different. If I were to do it from here, it doesn't depend on the angle as much as I thought, but yeah, try and get it from as far down and like straight into the armhole as possible. And that will make your arm nice and circular. So I want to extrude it about probably down here. Not too far down, but still far down enough to where we can tell like the general shape of our body. I want to add another loop here, because I know that eventually, for characters like this, where the reference sheet has the arms very close to the body instead of I don't think I've ever seen a ref sheet that actually had the character in a T-pose. It would be so much nicer if the characters were in a T-pose, but that's just never going to happen. So I know from experience that once we get to like rigging and so on, the armpits are going to cause us trouble. So what I want to do is... I've lost my body. There it is. What I want to do is add another loop here already, so that we have a little bit more definition in the armpit area, and a little bit more separation. And that will also help us bump out our elbows and shoulders. So I'm going to add a loop here. Make sure that's flat as well. And that's good for the arms. And then the final thing that we're going to add for detail for now, before adding our modifiers and having a lot more to work with, is going to be our legs. So I'm going to select these two vertices and kind of pull them in a little bit. Then I'm going to select these two faces down here and delete them. Fill in this hole. I'm going to add a loop in the middle and pull that down to where it should be. I'm going to add another loop on each side of that loop. Kind of pull them down as well. Pull these further up so that we have some clearance here. I'm going to add a loop here in the middle, because eventually this will add some... I'm actually going to add two loops here. We're going to have some detail, some extra detail for the breasts this way. It's especially important for characters like this, where we actually have fairly large breasts. We want as much detail as we can. So I'm just going to add another loop over there as well, in preparation. And then I am going to... The main reason why I added the initial loop is that we have this loop over here. That's going to be... yeah, the kind of ridge of the spine. So I want to have that kind of a detail as well. So that's the main purpose of this loop, and this is just for extra detail in the chest area. He also has the nice side effect of us having... no, we still have 6. So I also want to add a loop. I ideally want to add a loop somewhere here, but that's not going to be possible because I don't want to add any more loops to our arms. So we're going to live with the fact that our legs are going to be 6 vertices instead of 8. I'm going to take this loop and move it very close to our mirror. Again, mainly for the purposes of the back ridge. And then the neck area has a tendency to punch together a little bit, so I'm going to separate those from our middle loop, because eventually, when we're going to subsurf, if these are too close, yeah, they might end up clipping with our mirror modifier, which I do need to enable clipping again. They might end up clipping into the middle loop, and that's bad. I'm also going to slide this over here, and then this is going to follow as well, but then it can spread out further. And I'm going to bring this part further in as well, because that's going to be kind of our leg hole. And I'm going to try to spread out these vertices a little bit around here, so that we end up with a more even kind of a starting point for our legs. Alright, I'm fine with that, so I'm going to go to a frontal view. Pull that further to the side again so that it matches the reference, and then just extrude down again. This is where I need to switch over to my other frontal view, so that I can actually see where the legs are supposed to go, and how wide they're supposed to be, and so on. I'm going to work one view at a time. I know that we are going to need a lot more detail in this section because of the skin dentation. So just leave a loop over there. I kind of want to end these about here. And again, that's just so that we kind of have an idea of our body shape. So very off from the side, but we can adjust for that. And since right now I'm working on the y-axis, this is not affecting anything in our frontal view. So, like this here, this kind of geometry is not ideal. Our ass looks nothing like an ass at the moment, but that's fine in a rough sketch kind of base mesh. I am still going to smooth out the worst, like, sharp areas. And I'm still going to try and kind of match the shape of the body even in some more difficult areas. Yeah, so kind of I'm gonna smooth this out as well. And then try and bring it out like this instead. This still needs to be further down. We can pull this back a little bit and we can adjust that. That's still not very ideal. I'm going to space these out a little bit and then just smooth again. And then we'll actually worry about the breasts once we have more definition. So I'm mostly happy with this as our base mesh. So the next step, and again, this is the same step applies to both subdivision surface modeling and then sculpting. I'm going to add a subdivision surface modifier, and I'm going to make that a double, and I'm also going to smooth the model at this point. So now we have a lot more detail and definition to work with. So what we're going to use all of this new detail and definition for is we are going to buff out our model again so that we once again match our reference sheet. Because the modifier has smoothed out our model a whole lot. We don't have these sharp edges anymore, and we've got so much more geometry to work with. But the bad thing is that our model has lost a lot of volume, and we need to give it back all of that volume. Also for the right leg over here, or, well, right from our point of view and left from the actual character's point of view, I am still going to buff it out and not account for the skin indentation because our other leg doesn't have it. So I want to match the actual leg over here. And then once we're able to apply our mirror modifier and actually add like the kind of details of this leg that it needs, then we're going to adjust for this over here. It's actually going to be a little bit interesting because there's going to be a piece of clothing that I want to add at some point, but I don't want to add the mirror modifier to my body immediately. But we'll figure that out once we're actually working with clothing. The main reason why I'm very meticulously matching the shape of the body is going to be that if you're sculpting, you don't need to be this close. You just kind of need to get it there or thereabouts. But since I'm going to be showing both, I'm not sure how the sculpt is going to go. So I'd like to have a backup where our subsurf model is at a very nice point as well. So that if the sculpting goes completely wrong and we're either not able to use the end result or I just don't want to use the end result, we have something to fall back on. The ass is going to be very difficult. Like, this is just it's a weird ass in general for a reference sheet, so I had a fair bit of trouble with that one for my test run I did. So, will be interesting to see how that pans out. So, now that I'm done getting the legs back to shape, I'm going to switch over to my other ref sheet so that I can do the arms. This is going to be hidden behind the breasts, and so it's this, like so. And then from the side, we don't really have a usable reference. But this is just going to be like whatever looks nice. So I want to widen these out a little bit. And then from here, I want to buff them out a little bit so that we don't have like a very flat shape. The armpits are going to be something that we have to deal with after we're like done posing and able to get our model into a T-pose. So for now, I'm going to kind of leave them. So like this. There's going to be a little bit of flatness, but I think I can improve the situation by bringing this in a little bit. Yeah, this is just always going to be a little bit flat because of how the loop is positioned. Yeah, that's pretty fine. So the subsurf and the mirror have kind of made a ridge over here. So I'm going to want to select the middle bit. Because you can clearly see from this, like in object mode in solid view, you can see that ridge. So what I want to do is I'm going to shrink/fatten, so in this case shrink it a little bit, and try and make it disappear. Because around the back of the model, it's fine. There's going to be a natural ridge there anyway, but not around the like throat area. Like if anything, the throat area should have a little bit of an indentation. So I'm happy with the rest of the shape of the body, but the two difficult bits are going to be the tits and the ass. So one way to do the breasts would be something along these lines, where I'm going to want another loop over there. And that's a good match from the side, but as you can see, it's terrible from the middle. So we're going to need to adjust for that as well. Definitely do want more resolution here. I'm going to add another loop. And this will just be... this will just be horrible looking for the first 5 to 10 minutes of working. But eventually we'll get there with enough resolution and detail. So I'm going to want to add the cleavage very early on. That does not go as far in. Then make sure that these are buffed out as far as possible, even extending around here. Try and add some of the natural roundness back to it, because anytime you adjust something, you're probably going to be losing detail. So I'll try and look at it from as many angles as possible to get back some of that detail. The cleavage is going to be very difficult because we've got our mirror modifier. So if we get too close, I'm adding a lot of these loop cuts. Spread those out a little bit so that we don't have clipping. Yeah, cleavage is going to be difficult because if you go too close, this will happen. They will fuse together. So once I'm fairly happy with the general shape of the breasts. Then I'm going to disable clipping, and then we can have like actual cleavage. But for now, it's just gonna look off. And I'm just trying to... Well, the armpit's gonna be over there. Just gonna trying to, first of all, just match the general shape. And just keep alternating between your front and side. And just kind of shaping things out. Bring this loop very close so that we get the natural crease under the breasts. Make sure that still matches the model from the side. You have to be careful not to fuse those together. It's a little bit too deep. I want it to be more like this and then smooth these out. And for something like this, the smooth tool is also very useful. Like, just for naturally round shapes, just being able to smooth on demand is very, very nice. Still not exactly happy with the amount of resolution I have here. I'm going to turn that clipping off now and see if I can get the cleavage looking a little bit nicer. I'm going to add a loop there. And I do want this to have an even number of loops. So I need to add another one somewhere. Or alternatively, I could delete a loop from somewhere. It would have to be like this. I'm going to see X, and I'm going to dissolve the edge. I think that still looks fine. So I'm going to keep it that way. And now with an additional loop over here, where just, once again, we have more resolution to work with for the breasts, so... Still see from this angle that we should be gravitating much more towards the side, and that'll give the breasts a much more natural shape. I'm going to enable clipping for a second here. Just make sure that we haven't gone too far. We haven't. And over here, we should be really further down. Want a little bit more of a crease over here. More even. Over here as well, if we had the geometry. Okay, we kinda do. Yeah, that looks a bit nicer. And then over here as well, we can see that we should have a nice round edge over there, which we don't have at the moment. A decent approximation. Yeah, so that's going to be about as good as I'm going to get them this way. Like, this could be bumped out and they're a little bit out of shape and all of that. But that's a limitation of the kind of geometry we've got going. So I'm going to be saving a lot here. I'm going to call that 06 body base mesh. And then I'm going to delete just about everything I've done. So delete that, and then, yeah, leave this. Here's another thing you can do if you're struggling to get the, like, shape of the breasts right, especially for bigger breasts, is going to start with a circle, give it a smooth a couple times, and then just extrude from there. And again, this is gonna, I'm just aiming for the general area of the breast. This is going to look horrible for the first, like, 5 minutes, like with the other method. But the benefit of this is that we will end up with much nicer, more natural, like, round and circular geometry. It's going to be easier to work with into, like, the ball shape that breasts are going to end up in. So roughly try and get back into our shape. And then towards the actual tip of it, we're going to want to be shrinking our circle down as much as possible. And then at the very tip, I'm going to grid fill. And then I'm going to undo all of the damage that has done. So I'm going to go and just really buff out this geometry. It's going to be a little bit nicer to work with now that we've got a circular shape so that we can get decent results. So it's a good idea about this point to hit it with a couple smooths, but then make sure that the very end is still pinched very tightly. Now, the one unfortunate thing is that that will cause a crease, so our PG-13 rating is gone. But that's fine. That is something that's not going to be noticeable anyway. Like, if you want your model to end up with nipples, that's doable. But this is not going to show up. If you don't want your model to end up with nipples, this is not going to show up in a textured result. I do want clipping enabled. And then I want to select these and bring them up here. And then the breast is just naturally going to be facing to the side as well. That needs to be unclipped. In fact, most of that needs to be unclipped. And then just return to the side and kind of grab from the tip with proportional editing. And everything will kind of start falling into shape after we've done enough iterations of this. Then now we also have a nicer way of doing our underboob. We want clipping over and smoothing. Want this buffed out. Same for this. And this is once again not the nicest topology you can have, and actually with the practice run I had earlier, before the stream, I had much nicer topo, but this is just kind of what you're going to end up with. And again, nothing wrong with giving things, say, smooth here and there to get to a more natural shape. And then now is about the point where I want to be kind of doing the cleavage. So with as minimal, ideally none, but if you want to keep your proportional editing on, leave it on as minimal as possible, so that any of the other things don't accidentally end up clipping together. These need to be pushed in a little bit more. And we need more volume over here. And then I'm just kind of looking for any flat spots, anything that's not nice and round. Another important thing to remember here as well is that depending on the style of model you're going for and so on, it's like, it's possible that at some point we might end up even deleting most of this body. Like, for this model, that's not going to happen because there's a lot of exposed skin. But let's say that, for example, your models, like this jacket, for example, the jacket's a good example. If we know that the jacket's staying on for the entire duration, never coming off, we're never going to this kind of a form, then we don't really need the arms underneath because they're never going to be seen. So we can kind of lop off the arms at about the wrist over here and about the shoulder over here. So right now, the main reason that the breasts exist on this model is so that they're going to serve as a guideline later on once we're working on the top. Really just so that we know where to put where to put geometry and where to place our clothing. You don't need to pull these apart a little bit. Make sure that nothing's clipping over there. Another thing that will help with just physique and body proportions and so on is that if you've ever worked with anything like Koikatsu models or any models really that have actual like full bodies underneath the clothing, unlike MMDs where they actually just lop off body parts that are not going to be visible, just take a look at how those are made, how the body works in there, how the physique goes, how the topology goes, so on. Because you'll see that, if you go and take a look, you'll see that in Koikatsu, for example, it will be this kind of geometry. It's going to be even more radical, where you're just going to have loops upon loops upon loops for the breasts. We'll take a little bit of a break from that to pull these apart a little bit so that, once again, I'm trying to combat the little bit of a seam that we're forming over there. So not that part. But then this needs to be pulled back ever so slightly more. This is a very minute operation, so... Yeah, okay, I'm fine with that. And then, because we do have clothing, as you can see from the side, the breasts are going to be squished down a little bit. This is going to be a relatively tight-fitting top. So, this might look a little bit unnatural, the, like, squished state of them. But that's because we're accounting for the clothing. I do want to pull it out a little bit. And then account for the reference sheet again. Right about here is where I'd love to have a... I guess this is the closest one, so I might be able to do something along those lines. But I don't think that looks any better, to be fair. That's a little bit better. And again, normally I wouldn't be using this much time on just the minute details of the, like, bumpiness and so on of the breasts, but for this character it's important. Like, if you just look at the amount of exposed skin in the torso area and the midriff and so on, that kind of thing is actually going to be important for once. If any of this were, like, more covered, then I wouldn't care about a little bit of lumps here and there. I'm just rotating the camera and trying to catch, like, the light from different angles and trying to see if there's anything that looks unnatural. I want that to be a little bit steeper as well. Now a lump has formed over here. So I wonder, that's not as small as it could be. Yeah, so I'm happy with that. So I'm going to move on to... I'm going to hide the arms, because I believe the arms are fine at the moment. Yeah, the arms are fine. So I'm going to hide the arms so that we don't have any distracting geometry in the way. And I'm going to work a little bit on the back. I'm going to pull these down and across. I'm going to add another loop to the neck so that I can do this. And then if you want to have a defined collarbone, that would add another loop to the arm. But I can counteract that. No, I can't. Well, if you want to have a, like, really nice collarbone, we have a basic loop over here. That would be where the collarbone would be. I'm going to add a loop above and below it. And now we have 9 vertices here. So I'm going to add a loop over there so that we have a nice even 10 now. And then select the middle loop about here. So that would be about where our collarbone is, a little bit higher. And then just kind of have this protrude like this. Select the vertices in the other 2 loops. And you can create a ridge like that, and now we have a nice pronounced collarbone. Which, again, if even though we have a nice pronounced collarbone, I'm going to fix some of the bumpiness over here and over here that were caused by the adding of that other loop. This nice pronounced collarbone is not going to do anything for us unless we texture it. Like, it looks nice right now in solid mode, but then our texture is going to be... Well, our mod is going to be shadeless in the end, so we're going to have to focus on the collarbone in the texturing. But if you're doing something that's like actually shaded, and you would be able to see the features and like bumps and so on in the actual model, then that's how you add any kind of definition in a situation where you're using a subsurf modifier. You pick a loop, you add 2 loops on each side of it and kind of bring the geometry close to where you want your bump to be. And then you raise the geometry you want to have a bump, and then you lower the geometry that you want to accentuate that bump. So I'm finally pretty well happy with the breasts. I'm going to have a smooth over here, because there's a weird groove here. I don't exactly dislike that groove, but there is a weird groove over there. So the one thing remaining is going to be like the hips and ass kind of an area. So first thing I want to do is select our middle loop over here. And I'm going to make the spinal ridge. So just shrink fatten. And now we have a nice ridge. I'm going to select all of this and smooth it away. Same for that. And the ridge doesn't need to continue that deep. And then we're going to try our best to shape this ass out. It will be difficult because, again, this is a weird ass for a reference sheet. It's hanging so far down. And then we also have to deal with this. So all of this has to move up. Kind of like this, and that doesn't look nice. Smooth all of that out. Some depth to the sides. I'm going to hide the arms again, because I know I'm going to want to work on the back and so on as well at some point. Like here, for example, and then also here. I'll keep on noticing things like that, so I don't want the arms to be in the way. So one thing that will help us out is going to be moving these up a little bit. And having a kind of a groove over here. I'd love to have a loop here, but that would once again extend over to our arms, and that's not ideal. But I can add another one there, and now we have 12 in our arms and 8 in our legs. So I'm going to resize our legs to account for that. like so, and then from the side. And then next to that, we can have a little bit more definition over here as well. So adding this ridge at this point was clearly a mistake. So I'm going to try. Oh, and now it's... I'm going to need to move these loops further away. But still close enough to where that's going to be able to form a ridge. Oh, okay, that's... We're not going to be moving those closer because that loops around on the other side. Yeah, I'm just leaving this like this for now. So this needs to be closer here. So clipping here. So that will be part of our issue. Yes, the playlist has looped. So I'm just going to try and add some volume to this. Even though I'm likely going to end up overshooting the reference from the side. And then also try to add some natural curvature over here by having some dents. This is about the area where sculpting feels a little bit more natural. So I should be able to do something along these lines. And then just kind of maybe slide these vertices over here, further down. The reason that looks bad is because there's a massive crease over here. But if we're kind of able to... Now that wants to go inward further. These kinds of narrow, tight spaces are really difficult to work with a mirror modifier as well. I also need to open my window. I thought that it's been raining for several days, so I thought they would be cool enough there, but just having the window closed for an hour is sweltering. Alright, that'll improve things in an hour. So that's an unnatural ridge. And this is one of those things where it's like you've got a really nice reference, but then you've got to keep in mind that that reference is still only from two possible angles, so you can't really see like curvature and depth and so on. So these then I guess need to be closer as well. So more like that. So I don't want to smooth there, because I do want to keep, like, even though this is weird, I want to retain that information. This ridge feels like it's a little bit too deep. So I'm going to try and undeepen it a little bit. Ideally without clipping. Yeah, that's a little bit nicer. Bring some of these verts over here, once again, to just let us have more volume in things. That's starting to look a little bit nicer already. We're still somewhat within the confines of the ref sheet as well. Like, there's even room over here to buff it out a little bit. I don't like that dent. And again, I'd like to remind that all of this worrying about the shape of the ass I'm doing, it's completely academic. Because this is going to be covered by clothing anyway. Even though it's form-fitting clothing, it is going to be covered by clothing. So none of this detail will be seen. The detail that people are going to be seeing is going to be the fact that the clothing fits the form of the character, and then that the texture on the clothing. So really the part to be worrying about would be texturing. Still want to try and emphasize the, like, yeah, this kind of an area, so that we have a little bit of a bump, or a groove rather, over here. Not over here. But about like that. We're a little bit too wide on the sides. So rein that in. And yeah, this needs to be wider. Like so. I want to move all of these up further. Yeah, that's made a big difference. Although not for the better, I think. And then I'm just going to make sure that, yeah, the thighs don't exactly match up. So this is the first loop of them. And then crease it up a little bit further. Yep, I'm starting to be happy with that one. So the one last thing that we're missing is, since we have visible midriff, we need to have a visible navel. So I want to move all of these up until we're about at the navel point. Kind of make room for it as well, like this, and then just bring these up as well. And again, like we learned with the collarbone, how to accentuate any kind of like bumpiness or creases is going to be to bring other geometry close. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult because we've got so much resolution over here. But something like that will work. Where I'm even going to bring this a little bit closer. So these as well. So that's nice. And again, that's that's something that looks nice right now, but it's completely unnecessary. Like if there's going to be a shadeless, our navel's going to have to be texture level. It's going to be nicer now knowing that it's going to be where this vert is placed, so that it's going to be easier to paint the texture on. But apart from that, that was completely unnecessary. And it's just, I'm doing it for the sake of completeness, because if you're doing something like, if you're using a toon shader, or anything shaded, that's going to be visible. So that's why I want it there. So I still need to buff out my thighs from this angle. And it took longer than I expected. We ran into a lot of trouble with the breast and the ass. But I think that's our body. Check the top, and yeah, that needs to be up a little bit further. Now, I didn't exactly plan on going this far with just subsurf. So I'm trying to figure out how I would be able to showcase sculpting. This is also, like I mentioned, the armpit's going to be a nightmare for a while. We can only really start fixing that once we have our model in a T-pose, and before we're able to hit, like before we're able to get to that point, before we're able to get to a T-pose, we need to have our character rigged, and that's a long, long way into the future. So I'm going to save this as 07 body sub surf, and then I'm going to load body base mesh and undo as far as I can here. That's not going to be very far. Yeah, no. So this is our body before we deleted all of this and went for the circular breasts instead. So this is going to be where I want to try out sculpting. So for sculpting, like I said at the start, you can sculpt with a mouse. Question, if it's say you pressed A, it means A or Shift A. First of all, I need to re-enable that. It depends. Like, let's say Shift click. Well, it doesn't pick up Shift click at all. But Shift A, if I were to press that, it does show Shift A. That, oh, big A or small A, that doesn't matter. Like, it's just the key press A. Blender's not case sensitive, so that's nice. But yeah, you can, if you want to sculpt, you can do it with a mouse, but preferably you'd have something that is pressure sensitive. So any kind of a drawing tablet or a drawing screen will work. The thing I have on the floor over here is going to be, this is like an antique Wacom Cintiq of some sort. It's like 15 years old, but still very functional. It does have a drawing screen on it that I was able to just get for €50 because the family of a friend just so happened to be graphic designers and artists, so they had plenty of just these lying around. But if you can get, like, if you're going to be very serious and like willing to invest any amount of money for what is going to be a hobby, for sculpting and for texturing, it's going to be nice to have as well, but can be used for sculpting as well. If you want to try out sculpting and want to get one for texturing, try and look around for like a cheap second-hand one. Like any kind of drawing tablet will work. So, it's been a while since I last sculpted a body, so let's see how much I remember. So first of all, we had our subsurf on up until this point, so that we could kind of get the shape of the body right, but now we're going to delete it. And this is what our low poly base mesh looks like. Like, we're hitting 236 faces, and that's not a whole lot. So I'm going to add in a... I believe you need to apply your mirror as well. So I'm going to apply the mirror modifier. I'm going to add a multi-resolution modifier. I'm going to hit the subdivide button 2 times. Trying to see if I need a third time. I don't think I do. Yeah, I think double's going to be fine. So, and you have to use multi... Well, I'm not sure if it's have to use or really should use, but I'm going to say you have to use multi-resolution for sculpting, because multi-resolution is basically just like subdivision surface, but it was designed for sculpting, where you can click on the subdivide button, and it will subdivide your model, and then over here, you can set the amount of like subdivisions that's actually going to be displayed. So most of the time, this modifier and sculpting in general are going to be used for making a really high definition version of a model, and then using that to bake a normal map so that you're able to use that normal map to add definition to your actual lower poly model. But what we're going to be using it for is just regular old, like, working with a model. So I'm going to go into sculpt mode and pop out my left sidebar, because this is where our sculpt tools live. And then I'm going to start with crease. The main brushes I'm going to be using are going to be crease, grab, blob, and I want to say maybe inflate. Smooth and polish and all of that, we're going to do a different way. But I'm going to start with crease, just to kind of show how things go. It's also been a while since I need to completely remind myself of how this goes. I use my tablet a lot more for texturing nowadays. So what even are my... Okay, so that's P. I don't want that to be P. So I'm quickly going to set up my middle mouse to be... Yeah, that would be middle mouse button. And then now... Yeah, now I can rotate the scene. This is going to spaz out, but I can rotate the scene now with my... the, like, one button that my drawing pen has. And as a result, I'm now able to pan as well. It's going to feel weird after having used this in just texturing for so long. And then that should be... Yeah, I have a zoom on my tablet. So, since we should be in crease. Now we're going to be in crease. The first thing I want to show off for sculpting is going to be, I'm just going to make that spinal crease. So you can just kind of draw on there and make a nice crease. I'm going to increase my brush size for a bigger crease. And I believe shift is, yeah, if I hold shift and paint, that'll be smooth. So we've got our spinal crease. I want to go to a frontal view and see where the navel was. It's hard to see, but it's about there. So I'm going to try and make that navel about here. Just crease it in a little bit further. Then I want to smooth out that little thing in the middle. And kind of redo that navel. A little bit harder. Yeah, about that is good. Give it a little bit of smoothing. With this, we can add more natural crease over there around the breast as well. We can do a collarbone by switching to grab, or I believe pinch would work as well if that exists. Yeah, pinch might work as well. I'm going to go grab. And again, base bar is how I pan in Clip Studio Paint for texturing. Are there any dedicated sculpting tools, as in hardware for 3D modeling or just tablets? I'm not sure. I think it would be done at a tablet or drawing screen level. I don't know if there's anything dedicated, like specifically for sculpting. I think that's a niche filled by drawing tablets. So I want the collarbone to be about here. That's a very hard pinch. So I wonder if I would be able to use this instead. No, it doesn't look like. So what if I inflate instead? Doesn't seem to be doing... Okay, inflates very slightly. So that needs to be a very narrow brush. Yeah, you can kind of see that that would be doable. But I'm still going to pinch Or grab, rather, grab. So this has to be a very big brush. I'm going to grab over there, and then we're going to crease and smooth. Oh, another thing I probably should have done from the start, that's fine for now, is if I go over here, somewhere in here, I'm going to have, yeah, lock axis. Was it lock axis? Let's see. No, there's supposed to be a mirroring option somewhere in here. It has, as you can see, it has been a while since I last sculpted. The last couple of bodies I've done have been with Subsurf. I'm not going to spend too much on this. So it really wasn't that. Yeah, ideally I'd be able to mirror these, but apparently it's not this. Normally it would be under options, but I just can't find it. Oh, symmetry lock. Yeah, there it is. X mirror. So now if I do this, you can see it gets mirrored to the other side, which is exactly what we want, because the entire base mesh is already mirrored. We used a mirror modifier, so anything we do to the right side, we want mirrored to the other side. So I'm going to pinch over here, make the kind of collarbone ridge, and then I'm going to switch over to crease and paint a crease over here. That's a bit too harsh. Make a smaller brush. Do a little bit of smoothing. Yeah, and that's like a decent collarbone. We can improve our cleavage this way as well. Like so. Smooth a bit. One thing sculpting is also useful for is that you've got the blob tool, which I believe blob and then inflate are the ones I would use for this. But what blob does is, let's say, let's work over here. It blobs things out. And then what inflate does is it also inflates things out. So this is very, like, this is good for making ass and titties. So I want to have a little bit of a blob over here. Add some volume over there. Smooth it out. Like so. Do a crease. Because again, sculpting can be a very powerful tool, but then when you're not used to it and haven't done it in a while, it's very disorienting. Because I'm used to, I do a lot of work in Blender, stuff like aesthetics request and so on, just manipulating geometry with a mouse. And then just like this happens. All of a sudden you're controlling oh, that's a big old smooth. All of a sudden you're controlling things with a stylus. Are you normally using some kind of gaming mouse with additional 20 buttons for macros? I do have side buttons. I've got uh, two of them, and then a DPI increase button. I don't really use them in Blender at all. I'm not even sure if Blender would be able to recognize those, but yeah, the only time I use any kind of like macros or extra buttons is I have like this thing that there's a very rudimentary like scroller thing on the drawing screen I'm using. I use that for zooming in and out. There's one singular button on the stylus I'm using. I use that for whatever keystroke I use most often. So middle mouse click for Blender, and E, which is my brush for Clip Studio for texturing. But yeah, most of the inputs I do in Blender I end up being on the keyboard. So maybe mouse macros would be the way to go. I want to inflate over here, like, a lot. I can also show that you can see how much difficulty I was having inflating right there. This is me now clicking. So what you gain with a tablet, like, this is doable with a mouse, completely doable. But what you gain with a tablet is you have pressure control. I don't exactly like what's going on there. That's some weird clipping. But I've already kind of decided that the subsurf method was better. So this is just kind of showcasing what you can do with sculpting. And then once I reach a point of, okay, this is showcase over, I'm going to return to... Yeah, I don't know what's going on over here. I'm going to smooth all of that out and like try another tool. Try and blob it out. Yeah, you can see that blob is a very, very powerful way of like adding volume to things. So I want to blob over there. Gonna end up slightly lumpy, but you can just smooth all of that out. And let's say that we wanted to enlarge the breasts a little bit. Just blob, more blob, like smooth, and so on. Like, that's very good for sketching out things, and then just smooth all of the rough edges. If I add another subdivision, since I know that I'm not going to be proceeding with this, I can't even undo that subdivision, but our try count is now going up to 125,000, which is way too much considering we only have a body, a head, and the hair. You'd be able to see that we have more details still, and we would be able to do things like, let's say I want to have the crease going over here with a smaller brush, kind of like this, to accentuate the thighs a little bit. So I want to continue like that, but smooth it out a little bit. And then let's say we want some like rib definition over here. Could do something along those lines. Say we want some shoulder blades over here. We already have some, but what if we want them to be more defined? Blob it out and then have a crease about where the shoulder blades would run. Something like this. A little bit jarring. So I want it to be blobbed out here even further. Then smooth. Say we want a little bit of a nape of the neck. We can crease that. And fix the spinal thing here. going to be slightly more difficult trying to stick with the reference this way. But you should also be able to get much more natural like angles and shapes and so on this way, so you don't necessarily need to stick with the reference. I want to grab that closer. I don't like that bumpiness over there, so I can smooth that out. A little bit more of a crease over there. And then I believe if you wanted to like rejig the breasts a little bit, have a very large grab, and then you can just like do something along these lines. Grab's maybe not the ideal tool for that, but I think that's basically where I'm fine ending the sculpting section, where it it took us I hate to admit this, but it took us less time to get about the same level of a result than it did with the entire subsurf thing. And like you can see kind of the benefits and the pros of the sculpting method, where it's going to be more difficult manipulating things, and like you're going to have to get used to like driving Blender with a stylus and your other hand on the keyboard and so on. But then if you look at the end result like this and look at the like look at the creasing over here, like the under boob, the shape of the breast is not ideal, but that could be fixed with a little bit of blobbing over here. This crease right here, all of that, move that out a little bit. And just kind of all of the natural lumpiness and so on. That kind of detail you're going to be able to get with sculpting. It's going to be very difficult to get with just a subsurf. Because with subsurf, you would be stuck with the arrangement of your vertices. So let's say that I wanted to have a crease that goes kind of like this. From here, 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 and here. That would be basically impossible to accomplish without adding a lot more geometry around these parts. But then, because multi-resolution does not care about the placement of your vertices, you're just able to do that. You're able to manipulate all of those technically non-existent vertices and add creases kind of where you want and so on. So it's mostly up to personal preference and the kind of model you're working with. Like, I wouldn't necessarily recommend just going all the way and spending several hours sculpting the body of just an A cup or a lolly or anything like that, because that's kind of just wasted time. You're not going to have that much definition in there. But something like this, something along these lines, where you need to add a lot of creasing and cleavage and so on around the breasts and the ass. For something like this, I'd definitely consider it, especially if you do happen to have a drawing screen or a tablet just lying around, or would be able to get or borrow one for very cheap. And again, if you do end up with a drawing screen or a tablet, that's going to make texturing and more advanced texturing that much easier. So I'm going to turn off my screen. It's going to sit on the floor for another couple days until we can get over to texturing, or if I find some other project to work on in the meantime while waiting to be able to return to this to this project for streams. I'm going to save this. I do want to conserve this, so I'm just going to call the XX body sculpt. Just in case. Because we're going to be fitting our clothes on top of the other model, but let's say that at some point I just want it to keep this. Because, okay, I can do this as well. Out of sculpt mode, first of all. If I gave this our skin material and had a render, and then also went to cycle settings and turned diffuse off so that we don't get that horrible, like, light bleeding, you can see that this kind of crease over here, it could be deeper still, like, you can kind of see skin there still, but, like, these kinds of scenarios, I am on GPU mode, these kinds of scenarios where you have something that is actually shaded benefit a lot from the detail that we added to the body. If I turned this to shadeless emission, all of the detail is suddenly gone and all you can see is like the rough outlines of the body. And this model is eventually going to end up with this kind of a shading. So the kind of all the detail and creases and so on that we added are ultimately pointless. We're going to need to help those out a lot with our texture. But for renders like this, where you're using actual shaders and you're getting actual shadows, all of those creases all of a sudden become very important. Because they add so much detail to an otherwise completely flat texture. But I am going to go back and load our body's subsurf. And I can give it the same treatment. I can give it the skin material and have a render. And also turn off diffuse here. And you can see that there's barely any difference. We got close enough with the subsurf method. Like, this crease over here could be deeper. But then I am happier with the ass over here. So eventually boils down to like a per model basis and just personal preference. But that's our body for now. I just want to make sure that the arms are still fine. I do want to take this loop and make sure that it's flat. And yeah, the arms are fine. So I'm going to give it one last once over with our reference image. Make sure that we match it as closely as possible. Does it make sense since she is going to have clothes on? Some of the detail, stuff like this here, not so much, where it's nice to have this crease over here, because that's about where the actual clothes are going to follow. So it's going to be easier to place these clothes and model them out when we have a body shape that is very close to it. What we could have done is I could have made the breasts a little bit smaller to account for the clothing, for example. But that's like, this is one of those parts where we don't have to be one-to-one with the reference sheet. Most of the time, especially with ref sheets like this, where I can see the shape of the body very well, I like to go a little bit overboard, where instead of accounting for the fact that she's going to be wearing clothes, and the actual body is going to be a little bit compressed underneath those clothes, I prefer, like, tracing the outline of the clothes with the actual body base mesh, and then building the clothes on top of that. So our eventual end result will have a little bit more meat on the body, but that's going to be fine. Now, if they were like very loose-fitting clothes, like these are clearly very tight-fitting, very like skin-tight and conform to the body. If they were looser, so something like, I'm gonna go and find this. So something along these lines... Yeah, this, for example, this kind of a top, for example. Here, I wouldn't be able to, like, follow the shape of the body. Like, the skirt slash pants combo is a little bit looser, so you're going to have to account for the fact that it's not going to conform to the body 100%, and definitely not this top. You can see that there's some kind of an undergarment underneath, so there's going to be like a bra or something. But then the bottom of this is going to be so much looser that, yeah, exactly, you're just going to have to use your imagination. And especially because this one doesn't have a side reference, so you just kind of have to use your understanding of anatomy, or you just find reference images of what you want to do, and you go with those. But since this one has much more form-fitting clothing, apart from the jacket, we're fine tracing the outlines of the body and working with that. So we're ready to move on to clothing. So I'm going to hide the head, except I want to have these be... Yeah, that's way too far up. I kind of want to try and line these up so that we look that much nicer in renders. Like so, and then from the side as well. There's going to be some air gaps. But this is another thing that I'm doing just so that things look nicer for now. And then much later down the line, as we're applying our modifiers, we're going to be connecting this loop to where the actual neck is for the head model. So for now, it's just so that things look a little bit nicer when we render like this. So that there's kind of a neck connection. There's not an obvious air gap. But then once we're done, we're going to have to connect those. This girl you're modeling is from Gotcha or VTuber. Yeah, this is a VTuber. And one of the nice things about modeling VTubers is that most of them have at least some form of a ref sheet. And if they have good management and the company they're working for cares, they will have a really nice ref sheet, because the end goal down the line is going to be having some form of a official, professionally made 3D model. But it definitely doesn't have to be from like Gotcha or a VTuber or something, because it's even possible to do this method, like the tracing around a reference sheet method, with screenshots from an anime or anything where you can find a fully frontal angle, or at least close to a frontal angle, and possibly a side angle and so on. And then if you want to work on something from like video games or manga or anything like that, it's like there's always a chance that there's going to be some form of an art book or some character designer somewhere made character designs for the characters and put them online somewhere that you're able to find. So like I said at the start, in the first video, at the like very start of the first session, it's like I'd recommend finding a character sheet, like a really good character sheet with a frontal reference and then at least a side reference for your first model, so that you can have a better idea. Like you can kind of learn anatomy and all of that stuff as you go, as you're working on your first model. But it's definitely not necessary. Like you can, like Scully's tutorial, for example, the one he was doing, it was just screenshots from an anime where you could see the character from a frontal angle. So it doesn't have to be this detailed. I like working with more detailed reference sheets, and then I also know that there's a very decent chance that this model will end up being used for a team in VT League, hopefully, maybe. But now that I've got my neck kind of connected, not actually connected, but it's thereabouts, I'm going to hide everything other than the body, and just going to do a couple pieces of clothing here. So, my general rule of thumb for clothing is that we'd want to work from bottom up. So the layer closest to the skin first. So I wouldn't be doing the jacket before I were doing the top here. Now there's not a whole lot of clothing here to work with in the first place. So I'm going to start with the top. And if we take a closer look, we can see that it kind of goes underneath this belt over here. I don't understand how these straps exactly work, but that's whatever. Character design. We're going to make it work. The top edge kind of folds in and then is frilled. So it's going to be a little bit interesting. And then this is like a separate strap that we kind of see over here as well. So I'm going to start with just the fabric of the top. I'm going to unhide our body so that we have kind of a reference to work with. And I'm going to add, first of all, bring out my sidebar. I'm going to add a circle. Make sure that it's 8 vertices. And I'm kind of going to bring it up to where I imagine the top starts. So it's not going to be down here, but it's going to be a little bit further up. I'm roughly going to match it to the body proportions, knowing that it's going to be fairly skin tight. I'm going to delete the right side of it this time, because I, for some reason, prefer working on the left for the clothing. Add our mirror. Add our double subsurf. And account for the fact that we've added those. Now we can better adapt, now that we've got more resolution, we can better adapt to the shape of the body. And this is going to be kind of a sketching out phase again. It's going to move all the way up here, about where it ends. Smooth it out, and then just going to get the rough shape. And here you can see how the side and frontal references simply do not match up. There's no way I'm able to have the top of the top be over here, and then over here at the same time. So I'm going to trust the frontal reference. And just roughly get an idea of where our geometry is going to be, like where the limits of our piece of clothing are going to be. So that's about the area we want to cover. But right now, we've got some very bad clipping. So we need at least one loop cut over here. I'm going to start with one. We need more, but I'm going to start with one. And move our geometry to account for that. So I'm going to want another loop over there and another over there. I'm going to work this way to try and cover up all of the skin. Question. Making clothes looking one axis to make like half of clothing is a good technique if model is more or less symmetrical. Yeah. Even though, if I hide everything, you can see that, for example, on a texture level, the model's not symmetrical. Like, there's a mole over here and another mole over there. Anything you can try and at least start as symmetrical, it's best starting symmetrical. Like, it's literally half the amount of work that you need to do. So everything up until this point that could be mirrored has been mirrored. So the body was mirrored, the face was mirrored. The hair wasn't, because it can't be mirrored, aside from the back of it. But yeah, doing it like this, where I can just manipulate one side and the other side follows, is a massive, massive time save. So I use it whenever I can. Now, once again, cleavage is very difficult. So I think I want another loop here to just help me get the shape of this right. Yeah, we can't see it from over here. But I think that's about okay. I do want another loop here to help with... Just from this angle, we can see that we are floating pretty horribly over here. And I want this to be about skin tight. There's a couple modifiers that could be used for this. For example, shrink wrap and set the target to be my, well, cube. That's my body. That would be decent. But if I enable the edit view display, you can also see that it's not ideal. If I apply that now, we get a pretty terrible result. So sometimes shrink wrap is usable, but I prefer doing it by hand, even if this takes a little bit longer. Another kind of alternative to using shrink wrap is using snapping, and just snapping things to the surface of the skin. Kind of like this. And then turning snapping off again. And kind of pulling these out. And about now is going to be when I want to give this its own material. So I'm going to go to my reference sheet in an image editor and just pick about the red that it would be. It's about 50-50 red and black, but I want it to be red so that it stands out. I'm just going to copy a material. I'm going to call that top instead of red. Set our color, and now we can more easily see if there's any kind of clipping. For example, right here, we can see that the skin is very clearly clipping through. So we need to account for that. Our back reference has the jacket, so it's not very useful. But we can tell from the side reference that this does go further down. Like it's on a downward slope. So we want it to be along these lines. I'm going to settle in there. Do want another loop. And a bunch of clothing is just going to be this. Just making things that are close enough to the body, but not clipping to it. So the red color is now a texture or just a color to see better. Just right now, it is just a color to see better. Like it is just a material. But eventually, when we actually start making the textures, this is going to be like the base color that we're going to start drawing on top of. So the texture for the top over here is going to start as just this color of red. And then all of the detail, like the black lines over here and the shading and darker color over here and over here, are just going to be things that we draw on top of that flat color. So right now, it's just so that things look a little bit nicer. Now that we're somewhat close to to matching the... Oh, this needs to be further down. But yeah, now that we're somewhat close to matching the skin, being at least close to being skin tight. As long as I fix this. I also want to add our solidify, because that will mean a lot. So I think 001 is going to be a little bit too thick. Yeah, that's a bit too thick for fabric. Definitely too thick. So I want to make that like thereabouts. And that's like believable. Oh yeah. Yeah, it just turns itself off every now and then. So if it ever turns off, just remind me. Because I will not notice it. I tune it out in the bottom left corner in about 2 seconds. So it just doesn't exist for me. So that's still a bit too much of an air gap here. And then this needs to be much further down. And also uniform on the z-axis. And then let's try and make this skin tight as well. Now here's going to be fine if we're clipping into the skin a little bit. Because that's not really going to be seen. Here it's not fine. Like anytime the skin is actually clipping through, it's not going to be okay. Like here, for example. That just looks wrong. But then here, while we're going to be very skin tight, it's going to be fine doing this, like the... You can see the solidified edge sinking into the skin. That's going to be fine. And in fact, that's going to be, like, desirable. So that we don't have an air gap. So I kind of want this stuff to be... Yeah, I kind of want another loop here. So that I can fit it in the crease without clipping. So now I should be able to push that deep in there, but then bring this back out. And then we need a loop here. That can't be such a massive gap. And then this once again needs to be a uniform height. And then I'm going to try and move all of these without moving them on the z-axis again. And then I'm going to worry about if we're matching the reference. So this needs to be higher. The unfortunate thing I've kind of noticed is that this is also supposed to have the... Yeah. So this can't be taut. We're going to need to try and add this kind of crease over here. keep looking at the right side, because that's usually my mirror point, but not this time. So, okay, how does it end up over on the side, though? Well, we just don't really know. So, yeah, we just have no idea. Okay, well, we will improvise that part. Yeah, again, looking at the right side, even though my mirror's over here. We want something along those lines. Even kind of further, so that we have something like... something really harsh like this. Now, we're using up plenty of definition for this one, like we've got a subsurf and... Actually, let's see, how many triangles does this add? Yeah, this top alone is now 5,000 triangles, but that's even just to solidify. With the subsurf, this top is now 10,000 triangles, but it's fine because eventually we're going to do this. Once I'm happy with the shape and size and smoothness and so on of the piece of clothing, and like once we're towards like texturing and so on, where we really need to like start applying our modifiers and worrying about triangle count and things like that, is when I'm going to go back and set all of those subsurfs back to 1. There was... what kind of? The limit in as at least the versions we use now, is file size. So the model file itself, or, well, the archive that the model file is packed into by the aesthetics compiler can't be more than 16 megabytes for PES 19. So that's going to be... it's very difficult to hit 16 megabytes if you're, like, sensible. That would account for about 250, maybe 300,000 triangles, maybe even more. So for a model like this, that's not really going to be a concern. But if you're... let's say that you're not modeling for PES, you're modeling for something else, like maybe MMD or VRChat or anything like that. For VRChat, I believe the triangle limit is something outrageous, like 75,000, which is very, very easy to go over. Like, right now, even though I've got more subsurf on than I will have at the end, my triangle count is already way over that. So I estimate this character at the end of it is going to be about 100 to 125,000 triangles. This audio track has a hidden... yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's 5 minutes of silence. It's the ending track of an album. It has 5 minutes of silence and then this. So I'm not seeing through another 5 minutes of silence. So that's looking nicer now. I'm going to smooth both of those. As a result, I need to smooth these as well, but not on the front. I'm happy with the front. And then as a result, I need to smooth all of these as well, but not on the front. And then all of the like clipping and so on caused by our smoothing, I'm just going to go and fix. Which is a lot of clipping, but that's fine. And then this crease over here I want to fix. Like, these should be pushed in further. Because this all is kind of trying to sit in there. But then this here, I still want to undo. I would still want to be able to do a little bit more creasing over here. Actually, I think that works. Would still like to be able to do a little bit more, but gotta give in at some point. So now let's take a look at the frontal reference and see. That needs to be a little bit further up. That needs to be a little bit further down. The rest of the curvature is fine, except there should be a little bit of creasing here. Yeah, like so. Now we have this nice little gap over here. A little bit wide of a gap, but that's fine. And then I want to pull these back towards the skin now that we've matched the reference sheet again. Then this needs to be further down, because we can see from the side that even though the side reference doesn't really match, we kind of come down to a something along these lines, maybe. And then I need to hide the arm. We get narrow like this. Like that. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be quite touching the spine, so I'm going to give that smoothing. Right, that's looped. And that's about fine for... So I want to lift this up a little bit. But that's, for the most part, about fine for the top. Just going to smooth a couple of times, and that's going to make it look nicer. So that's the main body of the top. But we still do have these straps. So we know that they go over, and they probably connect over here somewhere. We don't have any kind of back reference, and again, most of this is going to get covered by the jacket anyway, eventually. And we do need to make this strap. So it starts here. What hardware is needed? Good CPU, a lot of RAM. Yeah, not really. Like, you can do Blender stuff on a laptop. The one thing that's going to eat up some resources if you want to do this, if you want to just have a rendered look at your model every now and then. Like, this is going to eat up CPU or GPU. But even then, it's... Because I've got a 1600X and I've got a GTX 1070. So, by no means the most, like, latest hardware. The 1600X would be like, 5-7 years old, something along those lines. So, definitely not. So, if you're just working on... Well, you can see my memory usage, my Blender, up there. Even in the, like, material view, Blender's using 130 megs of memory. That's less than whenever I'm actually like porting existing models to PES. And then wireframes probably, it doesn't really drop that any further. But then if I just take a look at my task manager, Blender at the moment is taking up 0% of my CPU, less than 1% in any case. So yeah, definitely not very hardware intensive. The only thing that's going to be intensive is going to be rendering. So this, and especially if you're rendering like an actual scene out, it's going to be using either your CPU or your GPU, depending on what you set it to, so. Plenty of people who do this stuff on a laptop. And in fact, the tutorial I watched back in the day that I learned from was just the guy on... It would have been some kind of a MacBook, but still. Worked just fine. So, in order to be able to do this strap, there's two things that we could do. One being that I could just add it as a separate thing. The other being that I could just model it, like, extrude it from here. I'm going to extrude it from here, hopefully. So I need to add another loop here. And as a result, I need to bring these back in line with our reference. From wireframe, we can see that we're, again, after adding those that one loop, we're still floating. So smooth is going to do us wonders in bringing us back to fairly skin tight, like so. Wireframe's a nice way of finding out any like obvious air gaps as well. So we've got one here that we can smooth out. I'm going to undo that last smooth because I do want to like preserve some of the creasing that I've got going on over here. Although now we're a little bit angular. But yeah, I'll leave it for now. And then from here, I'm just going to extrude our strap. So first, just kind of roughly sketch out where it's going to be going. Over here, here, and I'm going to say it connects about there. Make this a little bit narrower, like so. And then I am going to have it match our reference sheet where we can match it. And then it's probably going to be floating a little bit, but try and bring it as skin tight as possible. Need another loop there. That's way too long of a distance to have without a loop in the middle. Try and make the strap a uniform width. And again, try and have this not necessarily glued to the skin, except around these parts where just the like general weight of the breast is going to be pressing it down. But then around here, it could be even a little bit taut instead of slack. I'm going to leave it like that. Add a loop here to alleviate some of that pressure. And then if we look, it's a little bit too far to the side again. It used to be more like over here. Yeah, and it doesn't exactly match over here. I can have it match a little bit better. But the important thing is that it now exists. So try and not have it dig into the skin completely. This could be a little bit slack as well, but I'm going to just do it like this. And then now that we have these, we don't have any kind of another reference from any side, so it's just going to be like this from the back. That's our creative license, because the ref sheet artist did not choose to include any kind of a reference for that part. I want this to be a little bit further down, like so. Then we can tell that this part is going to be like metal. We'll be able to do that texture level, or even material level. Like if I do it like... I'm just going to grab a generic metal piece over here. From my... You can't see this, but this is... I've got an image editor open with the reference sheet, so I can go in and like color pick any colors. I'm going to add another... Yeah, that's one of the bad things about working with Blender 2.79. Sometimes it will just crash. So that's why we have recover autosave. 2155. Would it be this? Nope. This? Nope. Recover last session? Nope. So has that just filled my entire buffer? So I think we have just been sent back to this. Let that be a lesson in saving like every approximately 2 minutes. Well, I'm going to speedrun the recreation of the top. At least we didn't create anything else. So that can just be like that. Add our circle back with 8 vertices. And just treat it as more practice for doing clothing. This time, I'm just going to do it on the right side. Too used to it. Double subsurf. Have it fit our proportions. And that right there, I know from experience, that crash had nothing to do with system resources either, since that was brought up. Because the only things I've got running at the moment are basically this one instance of Blender, the SciTube chat even without the video, and OBS, and then Foobar for the audio. So my system resources are not really being used up for anything. So that's just sometimes 279 and even newer versions of Blender. Like I've had to work a little bit in newer, like 2.8 plus and even 3 plus, and they just do this. It's kind of like I've heard from people who work with like video and so on. It's just like Premiere and After Effects and all of those, like all video editing software. Sony Vegas does it as well. Where it's just you were working, huh? Too bad. You paid how many hundreds of dollars for this software? At least Blender is free. So I'm just going to try and speedrun as much of this as possible. There and there. Now, usually, most of the time, that happens. In fact, actually, where are these autosaves? App data. I'm just going to go in that folder right now. App data, local, temp. I wonder if I can just delete all of this. Like, will the temp folder just be... Yeah, I'm going to delete that one massive, quit.blend, 116 megabytes. I think that's what's causing my Blender to not create any autosaves. It thinks that the autosave buffer is just completely full. So, hopefully by deleting that, because most of the time when that happens, Blender will have autosaved about 5 minutes before. So that's genuinely the first time I've actually lost any kind of meaningful progress to one of those. So it'll be about this point where I now add my solidify. It was 0.00, I'm going to make it 0.005. I think it was a little bit too thick last time. This has to be brought down much further. Like so. We need another loop here. Smooth all of that out. Also, luckily, it was just like this topmost piece. I probably would have saved after the top, but there's also a world where I wouldn't have saved after the top, and it would have been brutal to lose. Like, I don't know how far I'm able to get today, especially now that it's crashed. I think I would have wanted to, like, add the legs, and then try and, like, do the basic shape of the pants, so that would have been brutal to lose. And then this will be for adding that crease. So it can be pretty harsh, like this. And then another one here to accentuate that. So again, the side profile doesn't matter for this, but I do know that I need this to be much further down. Kinda like so, and then pulled back towards the body. As a result, these need to be moved further down as well. I'm going to slide them along. And then need that extra loop over here to be able to handle the slight little creasing I want over there. Tempting fate, but I am going to try and recolor this again. So let's grab our red from the ref sheet and call this top. So that's completely fine. Then get the general shape of the cups. And this comes down pretty rapidly. And as a result, these should be adjusted. Smooth that out. I think I'm going to make the arms a little bit too long because they keep on getting in the way. Okay, and then one last check to make sure that the cups kind of align. I need to preemptively add in this loop so that we can have this wrap. I would kind of like to have another loop here, again, just so that we can get a more natural curve. And I guess here, so that we have like better spacing. That's going to mean I need to adjust these again. Make sure that we don't have anything floating too hard. So we can smooth that, and then we can smooth this as well as a result. That still needs to be brought back, so I'm just going to kind of select a very large area. Smooth a couple times. And then sort of individually bring things back in line. Yeah, and that's much smoother now. You want to increase the racing effect here. I kinda really should do with this. Yeah, and this crease needs to be all the way up here. So we need another loop to be able to do that. And then this I want to try. It's going to be difficult, but I want to try to crease this a little bit as well. And worst comes to worst, once the subsurface being applied, it's going to be easier to crease things anyway. So I'm not going to worry too much about it. Then take a look at the reference again. Okay, and then still a bit lumpy for my liking, but I do want to continue as well. Yeah, give that one smooth and then pull everything back to the surface. This right here is what the material display is useful for. Like, you can see the tiniest little bit of clipping like that. So I'm going to save this time. Oh wait, top. Also going to see, recover autosave. Okay, see, now it has all, well, okay. It's auto-saved at the exact same time as I have saved. So that's, thank you, Blender, very useful. But I think it must have been the fact that I had a massive auto-save in there, because that was a Koikatsu model I was working on as an aesthetics request just before the session started. So Blender auto-saved that, and then it was a Koikatsu model, so of course it's like 100 megabyte Blender file. So as a result, I think Blender must have thought that, yeah, oh, by the way, the storage, the temporary file storage is completely full, so I can't be auto-saving for you anymore. But now, we can get back to working on the straps. I don't even know what it is in Koikatsu that it produces. Well, it's not really even Koikatsu's fault, I think. It's more like KKBP. It produces models that are like just massive. And anytime I load one of those into 2.79 for porting to PES, like Blender just ends up using 6 gigabytes of RAM out of nowhere. It could be the shape keys, yeah. I need to start deleting those very much earlier on in the process. Like maybe even Blender 3.4 KKBP porting levels of early. So there's our new set of straps that I'm then going to make sure aligns with the reference, wherever we can align with the reference. And what I was going to do before the crash was make that metal and then snap our strap in half over there and at the heart. So that's coming up. This position of the strap doesn't really matter that much. We're going to be more worried about not clipping anyway. Okay, I want to add more detail around here. Because this is where it's important that we get close to the skin without clipping into the skin. So the more detail we can have, the better. And again, I'm not 100% sure that should be so slack instead of being pulled taut. I really do think it should be pulled taut. So I'm going to do something along these lines. Because if the strap over here is going to be digging into the shoulders with the weight of the breasts, then this should not be slack. And then this over here around the back is just like, we have no reference at all. So I do what I want. Like so. So now, I'm going to Control S. That's going to save over my existing save. I'm going to be doing that at least for the duration of the rest of this stream now. And then, this is where we were. So I'm going to copy the metallic collar from the reference sheet. And now we're completely fine. So I'm going to call this metal. Have it be tune as well. And then I know that there's going to be like this part over here. Why you would ever want to have this part, like the most physical skin contact part of a bra strap, shoulder strap, be metal? It's beyond me. But it's what they decided, so there you go, buddy. You're metal now. And then this interesting thing. Now, we actually don't know if there is a similar one around the back. I'm just going to say, for simplicity's sake, I'm going to say that that's the only heart-shaped metal piece that is going to be in here. And again, this is just like... the structural integrity of this is questionable. Like, are these glued to the metal, or what's going on here? But we're going to need to make that hard, so how I deal... Actually, this would be a fantastic time to have a renaming session as well. So this is... side left 2, I guess. And this would be side right 2. And then we have our circle for our top. And we have our cube. That's actually our body. So how I deal with hearts most of the time, let's see if I can remember this, is add a cube. Give it some loop cuts. shrink it down, but keep it around the... There's a nice little centered heart over here that we can kind of work with. So this is going to be very thin. And then I kind of want to do my mirror. Actually, first of all, before I even do the mirror... Oh, that's a long undo. I'm going to want to bevel this out. So, Control B. Oh, that's not ideal. I'm even going to undo the... Yeah, I'm just going to undo to the point where I don't even have the subdivisions. Well, I can't, so I'm just going to add a new cube and scale it down and bevel it out immediately. Like so. So now I can delete this middle bit over here. I don't want to keep this middle edge here. So I'm gonna merge all of these together. Now, these are triangles, but it's okay. We're gonna ignore the fact that those are triangles. Because there is no clean way of not having those be triangles, so sometimes it's fine. Especially in situations like this. So now that we've got our hollowed out thing, I'm once again going to bring it back here. Have a loop cut in the middle. And delete one side. Give it our mirror modifier. We don't want subsurf for this one, because we're working with something that's angular. So I want to bring these in. Add a loop here. And there's like our very basic heart shape. So now's about the time when we might want to have a subsurf after all. No, we don't. So we are going to do all of our smoothing manually. So these need to be closer together. Maybe even to like this extent where they clip. And then Shift W, no. Control Shift W, no. Alt W, yeah, okay. So another shortcut, another function of Blender that might be useful if we weren't using like subdivision surface modifiers and so on, would be what I have bound to Alt W, which is called subdivide. And it subdivides faces into more faces. So that gives us a lot more to work with. So now that when we hit Q a couple times to smooth, we have a much nicer gradual smoothing. So I'm going to apply my mirror here because I want to scale this down. I want to fatten that up a little bit. It's going to completely ruin our geometry over there. To the point where I am now going to redo my mirror. I'm not sure how I would deal with this. Because some of this is just extra stuff. We have a clean loop over there. And that is supposed to be a loop, I think. I'm going to delete all of this and going to redo the geometry over there. So I'm going to add my mirror back. And extrude about over there. Rotate our extruded thing and going to merge it together. And that way we have a clean middle bit again. Now I should be able to fatten. And that's a pretty decent heart. Especially considering it's 80 faces. What do I have hidden? So okay, I'm going to go back up to here. Yeah, this was about good. I unhide things. Ah. So, for 80 faces, this is a pretty decent heart. We can re-subdivide it and smooth again a couple of times if we want it to be smoother. I don't necessarily want it to be smoother. I think this is fine. It doesn't match exactly. And something like a subsurf would make it smoother, but we'd lose a lot of detail. So I'm going to keep it like this. So now I can unhide everything else. Find our heart over here. I'm going to keep this one right here for now, because I want it preserved in this way for the choker. So I'm going to duplicate it, move this one down a little bit, separate into its own thing, and apply our mirror so that we can move it to the side here. Work on the right side. Redo our mirror again. So now that this time the entire thing gets mirrored. And then the reference will not help a whole lot for this, because we need to be able to place it like... I want it to be a little bit less thick. Something more like this. Ideally, it would be about the thickness of the strap. Which it just about is, so that's good. So now I'm just kind of trying to rotate this in place. I will roughly take the reference for where it should be placed. About here. I genuinely have no idea how the straps are attached, but they just are. So, oh no. We'll make it work. This is what the character designer wanted. So, we'll make it work. So, I'm going to need to add a... I can just delete that face. I'm going to add a loop here so that I can have this be nice and rectangular at the end. So it ends up something along these lines. This is not going to be 100% ideal. It's very difficult to do sharp angles with subdivision surface. So the final form of this will only be attainable after we're applying our modifiers. But for now, this will work. I'm going to extrude this one more time. And then over here, it just kind of goes in. So this is kind of wide. I do need another loop in the middle as well to match things. And it's just move this loop much closer. And it just kind of sits there like so. So this one's going to be metal again, not mouth, but metal. And if we go and have a render, it's held in place by the hearts. Not very practical, but it looks decent. And again, I could spend a little bit of time of like cooking up a Cycles metallical shader, but I'm not going to spend too much time on that. Because right now, and it's like you can see that it's not at the right angle, I'm not going to spend too much time getting that at the angle the character designer intended, no way. So right now, this render over here, even though it's like very clearly like plastic and not metal, the main point is just seeing things, how they interact with each other and so on. And then once we're texturing, we can make that thing a little bit more metallic, just at a texture level. So I'm once again going to save over 08 top. I don't think there's anything I would want to go back to the older one for. And then I'm gonna do the pants. Just the kind of general outline of the pants. Stuff like these studs over here. I think those have to be mesh level. I don't think those can be convincingly painted on. But then this stuff, the ripping over there, that stuff is gonna have, like, you could do that mesh level, but that would add so much unnecessary detail that that stuff is most likely going to be texture level. So we're going to do just the pants over here, and then we're going to paint all of these scratches and rips and tears on. And then this kind of frill over here is also going to be very difficult to do with subdivision surface. You'd need so many subdivisions to be able to do that with the modifier on. So I'm going to do the pants with a straight edge around here, and then once we are applying our modifiers and have actual access to that level of detail, then I'm going to do the frills. So it has been a minute since I've done pants. Most of the things I've worked on recently have actually just had skirts. But I use the same kind of general method for it of I'm going to add a circle and make sure that we have 8 vertices. Bring it up to about where the waistline of our pants would be. I'm actually not mirrored, so I shouldn't do that yet. Just kind of fit the dimensions roughly, and then not faces, vertices. Add our mirror back in. Add our subsurf. We're up to 102,000 triangles, but again, that number will come down once we start doing things like selecting this and dropping it to 1, which is already going to wipe over 10,000 of our triangles. It's on 2 right now because I like working with 2. Things look a lot smoother. It is a lot easier to get them to a point that I want. And then I can go back to 1. And you can tell that it loses a lot of detail, but that detail, the only thing that detail does is minor smoothing. So with a texture, this is going to be completely fine. Without a texture, I preferred this. So our vert count and triangle count and so on are going to be just ballooning out of control for the entire duration of this. But towards the end, we will fix that. I'm kind of going to sketch out the outline of the pants. Do we have a side reference? Yes, we do. It doesn't quite match, which is a common theme. But we'll take it. We even have a back reference, and that matches a little bit better. So I know that these are going to be riding a little bit low. So that's the rough outline. This is another thing where you can't rely too much on the ref sheet. You will end up in situations where only one angle will work. Because over here, we're higher towards the hips, and the closer we get towards center mass, the lower we get. Exact opposite over here. So we can't exactly rely on the side reference here. So I am choosing to rely on the front and the back instead. And luckily we have a back reference so that we're able to tell where the actual ride height of these pants is on the back side, which is, to say, very low. So I'm going to extrude this all the way down, about to where the pants end, and just get kind of the width that we need. Like so. These don't exactly even have any level of pant leg, so that's a good thing for us. It's going to be easier to make. I'm going to add another loop cut in the middle here so that we can get above the skin. Another loop here, again, just to account for the curve and the fact that we're going to be... These are going to be fairly tight as well. Not as tight as the top, I imagine, but still fairly tight. Another loop here for some more detail, and another one there. And another one there, for the sake of it. Now, at this point, it's worth just giving it a smooth... We've added so many loops that it's worth giving it a smooth and just pulling back things back to where they should be. Trying to make sure I don't... Like, I'm constantly adjusting my proportional editing's strength so that I don't end up pulling... Well, if it's this strong, you can kind of see how it's pulling the top of the pants along as well. So I want it to be around where it's pulling the middle a little bit to make for a smoother transition, but then also not too strong so that it doesn't end up pulling the entire piece along. And now that I've switched my mirror modifier to be on the other side, I'm looking for it on the left constantly. So this is once again kind of the terrible, like, outline shape of our pants. So what I'd kind of want to do then is I would like to do something along these lines without clipping too much. And then end up over either here or here. I want to say would definitely be around here on this side. So I would need to adjust on this side as well. It can't be here that I connect, but rather here. Yeah, that's not the most accurate thing on the frontal reference, but we can account for that. So then as a result of adding this loop, I'm going to have to go around another time. Try and avoid clipping. And connect there. And then we can fill that in. And then we should also be able to fill the crotch in. Apart from this here, because we're now fine Oh, actually, I can just... Yeah, I can now clip these together. Clip that together as well. And clip these together as well. We have some slightly ugly geometry over here, where we just end up with just a floating vert in the middle of all of those things. But we will simply live with that fact for now. And now we kind of have the general shape of the pants. So these need to be way higher. And then... So this is my vert over here. So bring it over. Yeah, ideally I wouldn't have this over here at all. So if I delete those faces... What would be a nice solution to... Well... Has that made any... Yeah, now those are triangles, so... I need to add a loop. Or I need to rethink this entire thing, which I might. So yeah, delete these faces as well. Rip this apart, and I think if I just add a... Flipping back on, if I add a loop like this, it'll be fine, yeah. That works. So... There... 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 Yeah, now I can fill all of that in, except for this part. I missed a vert somewhere. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, I need a vert there. Yeah, okay, now that's much nicer. So I'm once again going to hit that with a smooth. And one last time of bringing things back up to shape so that we're not like actually inside the skin. And we should have a pretty decent pair of pants. Where even is my mirror? Oh, that was a frontal vertex. I don't want to add another loop here just for some detail. Are you planning on deleting the skin verts right beneath the clothes when the model is done to prevent clipping caused by the white paint not being perfectly aligned? That might be a thing. Yeah. Because, yeah, like you say, that's usually done for actually optimized models like video games and so on. It's even done for like MMDs and all of that. Because there's like no way of that skin ever being visible. For pants, most of the time, yes, I do it. The last couple of models I've worked with have all had skirts, so I haven't really had the option. But it's very likely that there's a chance, because the way I do rigging and weight painting way down the line, I'm going to be using things like weight gradient a whole lot, and gradient's one of those nice things where you kind of get the same amount of paint for both the, well, for several layers of things. So with weight gradient, I've had scenarios where I just haven't had clipping at all. So, and sometimes Blender's automatic like rigging or auto weights is very decent at solving things. So I might, if there's no clipping at all, then I might leave the skin underneath. But I don't see any like particular reason for trying to actively hold on to the skin. So very decent chance that once we hit weight painting and all of that in the tutorial, that all of these parts of the body that are covered by clothing are going to be gone. About this time, I'm going to add solidify again. And I think this should be maybe even this level of thickness. Pants are going to be decently thick, so... One of the major issues going forward with this is going to be that for the most... For most of this, until I'm able to actually add those frills and the little, like, torn bits and so on, these pants are just gonna look off. Because so much of the detail of these pants comes from the frill and the pairing and so on. And those are about the last things that we're going to be adding to this model. So there's going to be a long time where these are just going to be a featureless black blob. I'm not going to care that much about the reference sheet at this point, because we have our nice like crease over here, so I want to kind of fit our pants around that. All the while trying to not clip too hard. So this should be really, really high up. So we've clipped in over there. I'm going to undo that real quick. Like so. And these are going to be just riding incredibly high. Even higher. And then, these are... I don't exactly have a color for that. It's going to be the same color as the jacket, so I'm going to just color pick something from the jacket. Nice and neutral, like dark gray. I am going to give them a material. So that looks very much more like underwear at the moment, because we haven't really given it any more detail. In fact, the entire character looks like we're just wearing underwear, which is, I mean, fine by me. I've had this issue with another model in the past, but it's just like from the side angle, this makes sense. From the front and back, I really do not think that it would be riding this low, but I'm gonna keep it for now and see how it looks like when we add those straps in. This geometry kind of sucks as well. There's a lot of tension in this vert right here. And it like needs to be all the way over there. But yeah, that's fine for now. It's going to get a lot more personality once we're able to add things like this, whatever this is supposed to be, this metal loop. Um, the open zipper. Yeah, I actually didn't realize that was a thing, so I can do that already. So it ends about here. I'm going to need to add another loop in here anyway for the metal part, which I don't know if that's going to be textured or actually modeled. It might need to be modeled. Take that further down, and then I'm going to just simply do this. Needs to be further up. And we're going to be able to tweak that into a much nicer opening once we've applied our subsurf. Now, what sucks about that as well is that I I wasn't planning on making any level of underwear because, as you can imagine, we've already made these very tight. So fitting any underwear under here would be very difficult. I'm gonna do the straps though. I have to do the straps and I have to like expand them to include this little bit of fabric over there. But for the most part, I don't want to do any kind of underwear. Yeah, there's a very decent chance I'm gonna end up painting the underwear on over here and then in any other places over here where we might be able to peek in. But the straps need to be made. They have to be 3D. There's a couple different ways to approach this as well. I'm gonna try this way. I'm gonna add a circle. Bring it up here. Do our mirror. And our subsurf. And then kind of just, I'm gonna assume this is mirrored. Need more detail. So I'm gonna need more detail around this side as well. I'm going to try my best to match the bottom edge of the strap. The side is once again going to be useless. And then this is going to be difficult. Something like this anyway. And then I'm going to turn my solidify off, extrude it in place, and then grab by Z and scale in. I definitely scaled in too hard, so I'm going to have a redo on that one. Extrude and very, very slightly grab by Z. Do I have 9 vertices? Poked in one too many. But I'm not about to go and delete one. So that's fine. So extrude once and... Okay, I'm going to shrink fatten it in... No, I don't like how it's behaving around the sides. So extrude and scale a little bit and then Z. No. Extrude, grab Z. That's about the thickness I'm looking for, I think. And then we're just going to kind of manually go in and pull these in. Smooth it out as well. And then we're just going to try our best to make it just fit the skin again. The other way I had in mind, if this had not worked, would have been just to manually go, like, add a plane and then manually extrude that plane along the lines where I want this to go. But I am very glad that this worked because this is so much nicer. It's so much easier to get a like nice even thickness this way. Right, and then I'm going to solidify. And it's going to be, let's say, 003. That's a pretty safe bet. And then now we can kind of go in and reposition things and kind of try and match them to the ref sheet. Now, something like this, trying to follow the ref sheet here, after I'm already done with a pretty decent take on it, you might end up ruining what you have if you try to follow the ref sheet too hard. So this is another one of those things where it's completely fine to go off the ref sheet. This has to be further in here, and as a result, these have to be further out. Like so. And then this is going to be just the same black as the pants, well, grey in this case. And then, yeah, that over there is just going to probably be painted on. I can, for now, I can do something along these lines. And that will kind of serve the same purpose. And then I guess do the same thing around the back. So we have something like this. Except I don't want it to be clipping. Yeah. I'm gonna have another caution save. 09 pants, and then hit it with a render. And yeah, I don't see any clipping anywhere, and I like the natural curvature. So definitely going with the circle start was the right call. It would have been impossible to get this kind of a natural flow just trying to extrude from a plane or tracing around vertices. So I am now going to do our arm and leg extensions. So for the arms and legs, the ideal way to do this. Of course, ideally, I would have both my arms and my legs be 8 vertices. My legs are, that's good. My arms are not, and that could be better. I ideally want this to be 8. But at the same time, there's not many things in here that I could... I'd have to get rid of 4 loops, and the loops I'd have to get rid of would be around here. And this is adding depth and definition to our breasts, and that's just not something I'm willing to give up at the moment, so we're going to live with the fact that our arms are 12 vertices instead of a nice 8. And as long as it's a number that's divisible by 2, that's going to be completely fine anyway. So I just like it being 8 because that's a nice power of 2 number, and it also doesn't add too many vertices with a double subset. But to start with the legs, I'm going to just clone this loop. My thing has been off for however long. I'm going to clone this loop and have it be its own selection. Own mesh, rather, by selection. And I'm going to roughly sketch out the legs. Around the knee, we're going to want to have more definition, like so. And apart from that, the rest of the leg is just fairly simple. I'm going to end about over here. I'm going to imagine where that ends. And then from the side, okay, we don't have much of a reference to go off of here. But we'll do what we can. So it has to be like this. And then apart from that, I'm kind of fine with the side profile. They could be wider. And then around the knee, kind of an area. So our knee's going to be here. We're going to have a more like natural bump in this direction, and then this should not be as big. Kind of like so. And then we're gonna have like a bit of a dent to accompany that over here. Those are very decent like reference legs. The thinking further on into the future, these are going to be painted on. These are going to be texture level. There's no reason of having these be their own mesh. But this, with the skin dentation, this has to be its own mesh. That can't just be textured on. But yeah, these can be drawn on, and that's very nice. There would be no reason of having that be like additional geometry. And it's honestly going to even just look better as painted on. Because there's no dent here at all. So, what I can do is I'm going to need a loop there anyway for later on. So I am going to make this look a little bit nicer than is needed. Instead of skin, I'm going to add in a new material. It's going to be stockings. Have them be the stockings color. Delete skin completely. And now we've got everything the color of the like upper part of the stockings. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring out the node editor. I'm going to add stockings again, but this time it's going to be stockings skin. I'm going to have in the node editor. This is purely for cycles. This is just so that things look a little bit nicer when we're rendering. I'm going to add in shader, mix shader. And I'm going to plug our toon BSDF into the mix. And I'm going to add in a shader and transparent BSDF. And then I'm going to add in transparency over there. I'm going to have the color of our transparency be the color of our skin, which is over here. And then I'm going to plug our mix shader into the surface of our output. And if all went according to plan, if I switch these over to our stocking skin and change the factor. Okay, that's not quite the effect I was hoping for. Yeah, they just become a little bit transparent. So I'd need to have skin underneath. But I guess what I can do is I can have this not be transparent BSDF and instead have it be, say, another toon with this skin color. Plug that in there. And then we can do like this. That kind of emulates the effect. If I had any geometry underneath, if I had like actual skin and then this was a separate mesh, but I would have been able to do that with the thing I tried, having a transparent BSDF here, would have been that I would be able to have semi-transparency in cycles, so that I would have been able to have this primary color, and then with this over here, I would have been able to control the amount of transparency that my material for the stockings would have. But this kind of gets the point across anyway, so I'm fine with this. So I'm going to minimize that again. And then I'm going to just add in the arms as well. Where this part, okay, I'm going to be able to show it off here for some of the things. Some of the things that these character designers come up with for VTubers. Like, I know that this thin tube of like very fine cloth, silk, mesh, whatever this is held on by these leather belt straps. But it's like, why? What is the point here? For my next outfit, I will be having very semi-transparent sleeves held on by double belt straps, please. But I'm going to extend our arms up until the about... For this, I'm going to switch to the other reference. To about the wrist part. Hands are going to come very much later. Hands are going to be about the last part of the body and clothing that I model. So just kind of the same thing as we did for the legs, except this time I didn't really care about the fact that we have an elbow. I guess we can add further detail around here and like have that be a little bit bendy and move that up and move that down. We kind of now have an elbow. So it doesn't... It's more like this, I guess. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Yep. So, actually, no, I can still salvage this. Yeah, I did that the exact wrong way around, where I was supposed to separate them. But what I can still do is I can separate from over there. So now I specifically want our arms to be a separate thing. For, I guess for our body that we've done using Subsurf, that wouldn't matter. But for, if you were working with a sculpt with a multi-resolution modifier, then that would matter. So as just a force of habit, I want to keep these separated. I'm going to undo a little bit and just have our cut be a little bit higher up. I want to have the cut be about here. I think the exact same spot. But yeah, now we've got our arms. Now I'm going to add the weird tubular sleeves. So this is going to be the same exact thing as all of our other pieces of clothing so far, except this time we don't need to cut our circle in half. So circle that. Mirror. That is 8, yeah, so we can add a subsurf. And I want to do all of my extrusion without rotating anything. So it follows kind of like this. Then I'm going to unhide my body and my arms. And then, of course, take care not to hide our sleeves. And now I can start rotating. So the tip here, I'm going to want to extrude and have it like this. Because this one's going to be solid. And it's even going to be a little bit fattened. So kind of like so. Not as dramatic. Yeah, kind of like so. But it still needs to be put in place on the y-axis and rotate it a little. And then the rest of this is just going to be fitting our sleeve to... It's pretty hard to see. Yeah, so it runs a little bit wide as well. Kind of like this. It's going to clip into the body over there. That's something we're going to be able to figure out once we are able to get into a T-pose. Which, again, much later on. I don't want it clipping too hard, so I'm going to bring it in a little bit. And then well, okay, I would have imagined that I would have another one of those loops that it has at the bottom, at the top, but we actually don't have any idea because of the belt holding mechanism. So I'm just not going to add another one of those loops up top, because that would take, like, that would add complexity and geometry, so just keep it this way. So make sure that our arms are covered. Yep. And then the bottom part here can be just our regular old, what we ended up calling pants. But then, now, this time for real, I'm going to have a new material. Call it sleeves. And I'm going to leave the base color as our kind of dark gray. But then I'm going to add our mix shader. And plug our main shader in there. And then add our transparent shader. Plug that into the different node. And then I am going to go to rendered mode. So it definitely shouldn't be black. Or even dark gray. So I'm going to try and copy the color from our stockings then. Something along these lines. Yeah, that's more like it. So unfortunately, I don't think there's any way of making this effect display in material mod. So we're going to kind of have to switch between the two of them to be able to figure things out here. But then when I switch over to rendered mode, we can see the effect where we've got semi-transparency. I'm going to hide the hair from behind so that I can see a little bit better that it is covering the entirety of the arm. A little bit more slack over there, but that's fine. And just to confirm, it is on both. Yeah, it is on both hands. Both arms. So I don't want to do the belts yet. I am going to do the choker. I'm not 100% happy with the the shape of our neck yet, but yeah, I am going to do the choker. So I'm going to... Does it reach up to the head? It doesn't, so I only need the body. And once again, just start with a circle. Start about around the top. Not going to do the rotation yet. Just kind of... First of all, let's make sure that we do have our mirror on. And subsurf while we're at it. And extrude down and make it about as wide as it's going to be at the base of it. Then we can kind of adjust and rotate. Needs a loop in the middle to kind of bring it in. Our neck should not be this wide. But ideally, I want this loop. Yeah, that's the reason that loop wasn't straightened out. Actually, let's make sure. Yeah, that has caused some bumpiness over here. I'm going to hit that with a very aggressive smooth. And that's better. So now this can kind of flow down here. The frills are again going to be one of those things that we can only add after we've applied the subsurf. So for now, this is going to look very bland. Also, unsurprisingly, the side reference is not the best for this, so I'm just going to stick to the front. And then from the back, we know nothing. So I'm pretty much fine with the general shape of it. I want it to be a little bit closer to the neck, and then I want it to be solidified. And pretty thin, about that level of thin. So yeah, this is not going to be very exciting for a while. This time I know for a fact that that metal bit has to be modeled out. It very clearly pops out. And let's see. This can be the same kind of like so-called pants gray. Gonna save here while I remember. I'm just gonna call this 10 sleeves. So now, do we need this heart anymore anywhere? No, the zipper's completely different. So we can finally go in and rotate this heart so that it looks a bit more natural. I don't want it as thick. So I'm going to scale it down to about that level. And then it's going to sit about there. Like so. It is like chain linked over to the metal ring. So a quick chain link would be something along the lines of adding a cube. And doing the same thing that we kind of did for the heart, where I'm gonna do any of these. Yeah, Control Shift. No, it's a different bevel. Yeah, Control B for bevel. Do something a little bit like that, and delete all of the middle faces. Then once again, I want to get rid of this middle edge over here. And then this is basically already chain link. We just need to do like so, and then fill the inner edge. I can like thicken it out a little bit by scaling up the sides. And that's good. So we're going to have 4 of these total, 2 facing this way and 2 the other. So I'm roughly going to construct the chain link straight up like this first. Yeah, that's decent. And I'm going to rotate the entire thing in place. Wait, is that... is that another piece of chain link? Or how is the heart attached here? There's no chain link actually, like, looped into the heart. So maybe there's a little bit of clip at the back of it, I guess. So I am just going to, with proportional enabled instead of connected, I'm just kind of going to pull this over here. And then for the actual metal loop, we're going to do the circle trick again, where bring this over here. Give it mirror, subsurf. Place it until it's just around the choker without clipping. Very slightly extrude. And give it a solidify. This can be a little bit, not that solid, but a little bit more solid than we'd imagine. Yeah, something along those lines. Maybe 0.2. Yeah, 0.2. Want to have that be even thinner. Give this metal, and then this one doesn't exactly like loop around the ring anyway either, but this time I'm just gonna have it loop. So I'm like roughly gonna stretch these like so. And these and this can be joined together and they can be metal as well. So now we have the basic makings of the choker. Yeah, you can kind of see here that, yeah, they're just floating in space. My man's even gone in and given us a more detailed look of the choker. And just yeah, it must be welded. So since it's welded, it's just going to be stuck like this. It's not even going to have any level of swing. It's not a loose piece. Also, that must be some hella solid welding. This has to be a little bit heavy if this is full metal, even if it is like halved out. So if I give that another render, just kind of making sure that I haven't forgotten any materials at this point. That's yeah, no, that has to be covered up. So the side reference is going to be good for something here. This has to be more like this. And then from here, which it would make a lot more sense, this would be a little bit further up. And then as a result, these need to be pulled up as well. Something like this. But this has to be better buried underneath. And then I kind of have to add a loop there, now that we're so high up. I am going to try and pull the ass back a little bit. Like so. And then like so. Make it a little bit more natural. And again, just kind of checking for anything that would look off. Anything that would have been left without a material. Any, like, obvious air gaps. Well, there's a gap right there, but there's not much I can do about that. Interesting bump over here. But with the kind of topology we've got here, there's not much I can do about that either, so that's going to be something that's going to look better when we're able to texture things. So the things that are remaining then are these weird straps over here. There's several belts scattered everywhere. This entire thing, weird lingerie thing. This half garter thing, hands, boots. Not doing the familiar jacket, all of the clothespins. That's going to be wonderful. At least I can just make one clothespin and recycle it a couple of times, but that's going to be one of those where that clothespin has to be decently optimized because it's going to be used up like 20 different times. I imagine there's going to be more around the back as well, just not shown here. But yeah, I'm fine with ending this session over here. We've made, again, very decent progress considering we started lots of things to hide. We started about here. And now, even after a little bit of an adventure to like sculpting and so on, we've made it all the way here. Where, if not for the lack of hands and feet / footwear, this would be just about a ready character. Like, I could see someone rocking this. Needs to be textured, but that's really about it. So, very good progress today, and I'm going to be picking it right back up tomorrow, where if we keep this kind of a pace, it wouldn't be outrageous to think that we might be finished with clothing tomorrow, which would leave us... hands are going to be about the last thing I do, and then from there, it's going to be texturing. But yeah, that's going to be tomorrow, same time. If for some reason I'm not able to do it, I'll just announce the fact that I'm not doing it everywhere. But I plan on doing it tomorrow, same time, and we're just going to